Good evening, everyone. This is a council meeting, regular meeting of October 25th, 2022. This is a regular meeting of the Township Council of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It is available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule and set forth in Resolution R-21-210, adopted by the Council as conference meeting of November 15, 2021, advertised in the official newspaper December 30th, 2021, January 6, 2022, posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call,
Councilor
please.
Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Present.
Councilor Price Abrams?
Present.
Councilor Russo?
Present.
Councilor Schlager?
Here.
Councilor Yacobelis?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. We'll move the agenda with flexibility. First is the approval of minutes. They've been presented to the Council the minutes of September 20th, 2022, and September 28th, 2022, and October 11th, 2022, and I so move.
Second.
Any corrections or modifications? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. We have adopted the minutes as well. Okay, thank you. Next, as is certainly not lost on anyone here, we appreciate everyone coming forward for the meeting tonight, certainly all those who are watching at home. We know that we have all read and seen some of the troubling things that have been stated and noted, that the climate and culture that someone has had to work with potentially, and what they're saying, and certainly we understand that and we take that very seriously. I know I speak for all my colleagues when I say that. To that end, as we may see as the meeting is started here, the first order of business that we do need to move is a resolution authorizing the temporary paid administrative leave for Township Manager Tim Stafford pending the conclusion of an independent employment practices investigation of certain allegations which have been made, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This is R-22-219. Madam Attorney.
Mr. Mayor, before you start, I'm going to recuse myself from this topic matter.
Can you pull the microphone to you? I can't.
I'm going to recuse myself from this topic matter out of abundance of caution and the advice of counsel. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment.
Sure, I know the Township Attorney would like to speak, but yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, before
Can you move the
ask-
microphone? I can't quite hear
Yeah,
it.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank
can
you.
you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
All right, before you ask for any questions or comments or concerns, I would like to remind all the members of the council that they may not speak publicly about employment and personnel matters. Please limit anything said to a vote only, and should anyone want to raise discussion items, the council must move into executive session. And Mr. Councilman Yacobelis, my legal opinion is that you have a conflict of interest and must recuse yourself from any discussion or vote. Any further or comments or discussions regarding this legal opinion must be made in executive session pursuant to the open public meeting exception pending litigation.
Okay. So what we have here is a motion to move through with a thorough investigative process. As we know, that is ongoing. The motion here is to not have the manager in the position, but be on administrative leave. And certainly, council can opine and advise as to why that is the case, and the opinions as to why, not just for the township and liability, not just for anyone who's had a statement made, but also for anyone who comes forward to make sure that any actions that are taken do hold up, any actions that are taken do stand the test of any litigation and otherwise. We are very mindful of that. It is as much for anyone who makes an accusation and anyone who has certainly felt harmed as much as it is for a process itself. It's an important piece, as the attorneys have advised. With that, you hear any of these matters that are personnel matters, it is difficult, and certainly I know that many of my colleagues would say the same thing. We wish we could sit here and speak freely about personnel matters or otherwise, but unfortunately in the positions we are in, we are precluded from doing that, again, to protect those who want to come forward, to protect those who need to make sure the process is solid and valid and can be upheld should there be any action that's taken, and making sure all of that is done within accordance in the law. It's a frustrating piece, and certainly when we sit here and we understand how angry individuals are, when we understand how frustrated people are, it's because we also are angry and frustrated, and we understand that. But we also have, some of the legal pieces that we have to abide by. With that, we've got a motion. We've heard the advice of counsel and the opinions which have been rendered. With that, Madam Clerk, I will pose the question.
Hang on, I'd like to say
Objection.
something.
Point of order, questions, comments, or
Hang on,
concerns?
I'd like to
And I
know-
have a comment.
Again, as I stated before, any questions, comments, or concerns must be moved into executive session. This does deal with the personnel. If I can just have a moment
Hold on
to
a
say
second.
why.
The one biggest thing we
This
always
is an
do. Hold on a
employee-
second. Hold on a second,
Sorry.
Madam
Sorry,
Attorney.
Mr.
I
Mayor.
appreciate it now. I would say this, whether it's the attorney who's trying to offer her opinion, whether it's anyone of you who will wish to get up and speak, whether it is anyone who is trying to make their comments, we want to do so in a respectful manner. We always do, right? And that's the way we operate here. We always operate that way from your end and certainly our end. And we thank you for participating in the democratic process in that way. It's appreciated. But Madam Attorney, please.
Again, if any comments are going to be made with respect to this issue, this is a personnel employment issue. Under the law, it must be discussed in executive session. So again, I would remind anybody who wants to speak to this issue, if it involves anything regarding personnel or employment, it must be moved into executive session under the Open Public Meetings Act. I would also remind council members that anything they could say that's in violation of this confidentiality requirement could subject the township to liability and exposure. So with that, I turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
I appreciate that. Okay. So,
Mr. Mayor, if,
So can I ask the attorney a question? This whole thing is about personnel, so if I want to ask a question about the content of it, about the phrase or something, right, the wording, I can't ask you, I can't get that clarified from our town attorney?
we can if we go into executive session, is that correct?
But then why did we bring this up in public session yet? Why did we do this?
Because any action you take has to be done in public.
Right, action has to be done in public, but now I'm asking a question about it, so I'd like the public to hear the answer to the question. Why can't I and the public hear the answer to a simple question about what this does?
Madam Attorney?
What is the impact of this? What is this here? You say I can't even ask. I want to know why it says temporary. Why does it say, please, why does it say temporary? Okay? Just ask you that question right there. The wording says authorizing temporary paid administrative leave. Why does it say temporary?
as I read the resolution, it's because it's temporary pending the outcome of the investigation.
So temporary could be 2 years. Could be 2 months, who knows?
Manager serves at the pleasure of the council. We're talking about.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I
That
have
we can
another
answer.
question. Maybe this is good. I could get a couple questions in, because I'm a teacher. I just taught a class today at Montclair State in problem solving, called government problem solving, okay? Very appropriate for my students today. So temporary, I understand that, okay. Paid. Why would somebody be paid when they're not working?
I do have a question, if I can ask. I'd like to know from my colleagues here up on the dais, who had a chance to read this resolution?
No, first
Did
time I
anybody have
saw
a
it.
chance to read this resolution?
First time I saw it, that's why I have questions.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to read my comment. I appreciate the advice from council, but I'm going to read my comment.
Peter, before you read your comment, I just want to say this to you. I understand how you feel, but I really want you to understand that the legal counsel told you if we have anything to discuss, we need to do that in executive session. That's what he said. So, you're free to do what you want to do, but that's all I want to say to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mrs. Stafford is an employee who reports to the council. We should have all been told that there were allegations, that there was an investigation, that the investigation was concluded, and what that conclusion was. Staff should have to answer for why several of us were not made aware of these details that involved our direct employee. I'm also quite concerned by the prospect that at least some of my colleagues knew about the investigation and report, even if they didn't receive a copy, and with that knowledge, directed Ms. Rao's removal from the Finance Committee, according to an email Mrs. Stafford sent to the governing body on September 28th at 11:12 a.m., where he said specifically that he and Mrs. Scantlebury had been directed by a majority of the Finance Committee's governing body members to remove Mrs. Rao. The public deserves to know which two members of the Finance Committee gave Mr. Stafford that direction and why. The public also deserves to know why in our form of government, with 7 of us, how only 2 members of this body can have that kind of direction in the first place, resulting in an employee being stripped of a key part of her responsibilities. I'm also concerned that on multiple occasions, including as recently as the end of the last council meeting, that you, Mayor, engaged me and others in a conversation about Ms. Rao's performance and behavior, mentioning several possible transgressions, including that she refused to pay our external grant writers, the Aubrey Group, and that she stuck the issue of health care into our audit, quote unquote, among other things. While having those kinds of discussions are completely appropriate, I found the timing of you discussing those concerns about her performance inappropriate, especially not knowing that there had been this investigation and subsequent conclusion, which I find it really hard to believe that you didn't know about that. As a council, we should have a zero-tolerance approach to the behavior that our affirmative action officer, per his investigation revealed in press reports, determined Mrs. Stafford displayed, that a hostile work environment was created for our CFO.
Mr. Mayor.
It is unacceptable conduct.
Yes.
If I may, we are delving into personnel issues.
I have heard your counsel. I have heard your counsel. I will continue my statement.
And I
Thank
would
you.
ask that this be discussed.
I have,
Hold on,
excuse me,
slide,
I have
please.
heard
Slide.
I have heard the advice of counsel. I am continuing my comment. I understand due process. Mr. Stafford has a right to tell his side of the story and defend himself. But if there was already an investigation which drew this conclusion, then we need to take that into consideration. It is our right to be able to take that into consideration. Tonight, for the first time in my 2 years, I didn't want to come to work. For my personal experiences with conversion therapy and my discharge from the U.S. Air Force under Don't Ask, Don't Tell, I've spent the last 24 years pushing back against toxic patriarchal structures. I had a sense I was stepping into one of those from the moment I was elected. I never wanted to be right about that. If I, someone elected by the people, feel sick coming into this building and fear retaliation from some of you for speaking up, then I can't imagine how some of our employees must feel. And in this moment, and I appreciate advice of counsel and I appreciate our fiduciary responsibility to risk, in this moment, I think our employees deserve to know that we can have their backs and maintain our fiduciary responsibilities to mitigate risk and liability. We can serve both purposes. Thank you.
You know, I will say this, because of the councilman's comments. It is, I won't speak for my colleagues, they can speak for themselves, but all of us have our life experiences. All of us have our life experiences. And for each of us, whatever that may be, whether it's a person of color, it's a woman, it's somebody who's been marginalized for varying reasons, for a number of reasons in this country and broadly others, we bring that to the work that we do. And we are all at times outraged by what we hear, things that we learn about or see. And when we sit in these seats, you sit in this seat, you've got an obligation. You have an obligation to go through processes and procedures, as bland as that sounds, as terrible as that feels, to make sure that the actions you take hold, to make sure the actions you take, when they are reviewed, people say, you did it the right way. That was appropriate. That allows something to stand. That is important. It is not fun to have to do that at times. It is not fun to not be able to just say whatever you want to say, to make, wild claims or other things. We have an obligation up here. And every single one of us, you see, has been bound by that obligation. No matter our feel, you can't tell me any one of these council people up here isn't outraged by what we've all heard and seen. You can't tell me every one of these council people doesn't have a voice and can't speak. But what we all know also is we have an obligation in the way we act and the way we bring things forward to make sure that we can take actions that hold. So I will say this, that is where we've gotten to this place. That is why we've moved forward with this motion. That is why we're trying to take actions, whether it be, as I did immediately call for, a review of culture, climate, reporting structures, all the other pieces. Whether it be that we're putting a manager on an administrative leave to make sure that we can move forward with an investigation that is unfettered. Whether it be that we take any of the steps that we are in right now, outside counsel, to review any claim that's been made. These are steps that we take seriously. And it's difficult, yes, at times what we can say or not say, as you hear from our attorney, but some of us are guided by the guidance that we get, right? And we follow it. So, again, we move forward with the motion that is on the table. It has been placed forward. We have it. Madam Attorney, unless there are other questions.
Yeah, I have other questions.
And then Councilman Russo, we'll see if it could be asked or it needs to be in executive session.
Now, since I first got this a few minutes ago, I've already got the word temporary clarified, which we know means paid means you get all your money even if you don't work. Administrative leave, I don't really know what that means. Without loss of salary or benefits, pending the conclusion of an independent employment practices investigation. So I have to know, before I vote for this, which may accomplish something that we want, the conclusion of the independent employment practices investigation. Who's going to make the investigation and how long will it take? Because apparently, my wife warned me of this when I came out. She said, be calm tonight. You know how calm I am, right? But I see here that the person that we're discussing, has a lot of privileges. And I would like to know, when I was told by that person that I was violating the law, and when I was told by that person that what I said was despicable, and when I was told by that person that I had left a meeting and it was wrong for me because my sister was dying in California and I wanted to take a call at 10 o'clock when all of you were sitting down here and everybody else was sitting upstairs, what rights do I have as a council member when I challenged him and said, 5,000 people put me here to watch this government and do a good job for 22 years, and who is he, an unelected person, to tell me that I'm violating the law because I talked to the police once about a dangerous situation in a building where older women were screaming and asking my help. But I have to follow all those Faulkner Act rules, right? But there is a Faulkner Act provision that Councilman Iacobellis and I discussed today that has a way of removing a person from this job. So I want to do what the manager always told me to do, follow the Faulkner Act. So I violated it, supposedly. I'll challenge that anywhere. I've been to 6 attorneys who said that's nonsense, what he said that night. You watch the tapes, folks, from September 28th. You'll see me get a little too excited, yes. But at that time, that night, the person in question told me I was violating the law, told me the same thing out in the parking lot later on. He told me that I was despicable. He told me I left the meeting. You betcha you left the meeting. Who the hell cares I left the meeting? People leave and come and go to meetings all the time. I have a sick sister in California, my closest sibling. That person owes me an apology, but he's not here right now, and I still am. And I'll be here for the next year and a half, till my term ends, and maybe I won't even go away then, okay?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes. Councilman Cummings.
I want to apologize to the public for my personal abdication of some of my duties in terms of how this council has operated. It is not a team. We have individuals who, because of competing agendas and aspirations, often work by themselves. And yes, I do, because for 2 years, as I said, I've sat by and allowed this to happen. This body owes you all better performance, and we need to work better and do things as a team. And when I say, please, when I say as a team, I go down with these individuals when things happen that they don't like or you all don't like. And I never try to put myself above things. There have been decisions made that I've been against, that you all have supported, but I do not publicly say that because this is supposed to be a team. I have worked with this group for 2 years. We have yet to show complete trust in one another. We have yet to show that we truly are working for you all. A lot of it is for individual and personal gain. There are times when things are said up here that are completely untrue, and yet you all do not know that because sat back and let it be said. And therefore, that has to stop. So when we come up here and say that we were not aware of this resolution, we all had conversations about this ever since the mayor first made this statement last week. We knew this was coming. We knew what it was. We were very aware. So to say that I just got this today is a bit disingenuous in the fact that we knew what we were going to try and do.
Mr.
What-
Cummings is
Mr.
not telling the
Russo
truth
is
about
not.
me getting
I'm
this.
not.
Because
Mr.
none of us
Russo.
got it until
We didn't
10
get
minutes ago.
this. We
I
didn't
am
know
not-
about this.
I did not-
That's the problem with the finance
Again,
committee,
I
a
did
group
not-
that has all the information and doesn't
So-
share it with the rest of us.
What I'm going to
He's
say.
on the finance committee,
Again,
okay?
what I'm going to say.
Why are you telling people that
hold
you
on a
tell,
second.
you're speaking for
Oh,
me?
hold on a
You don't
second.
speak
As-
for me that
as
I
we-
got this. I
as
knew
we,
about this.
If you run the tape, I said,
Not tolerating this kind
we
of crap.
received this information, we discussed this all weekend, and we
With
got the
who?
resolution today. So I am speaking to the public right now.
Yeah.
I am not speaking to anyone else. So if we were to continue in this way, our counsel gave us advice. Our JIF attorney is sitting there to give us more advice. We have litigation going with this place too much. Now all of a sudden, wait a minute, now all of a sudden, our response from our Mr. Morgan's to the Mrs. Rao is accepted and believed. And we're like, we want to move on that, which is very important. But Mr. Morgan's report and other matters was not taken seriously, considered not to be thorough. So when we act up here in a manner that is one in which, like, we want to be, how would I say this, for the people? Honest. So I like the fact that you say honest. So let's talk about honest. In our meeting, there was a comment about the group in terms of who hired the law firm to investigate the fire department. Direct question to the council. One counselor responded, I did not have anything to do with that. I relied on administration. That was a flat out lie. I did not say that publicly. I reached out to the person who asked the question and included the counselor on that, in which the counselor's response was, I stand corrected. So publicly, you all believe that this counselor did not vote for that firm, but he did. I
How
will
is this a
continue.
part of this discussion?
Because, Bob, people need to know about honesty, as the person said. So let's be honest. So, that firm was brought to the entire council, and the whole council, no, the council, if you want, I will answer your question. The council was given an opportunity to present firms to represent us. We did a straw poll in agreement. Everyone agreed to it. And the results was that firm was the top. That is on us.
Yeah, and I
Because
ranked them
we
the
all-
lowest, okay?
So,
You
Mr.
want to know the
Russo,
truth of
Mr.
something?
Russo, I did not.
I don't like a
did not-
person
Rob,
speaking for me.
I did not at all interrupt you while you spoke.
Why are you
In
telling
fact,
people that
don't.
I voted a certain way when I didn't?
Bob, I didn't say that you voted a certain way.
said
They
we all
asked about
agreed
the-
to
They
it.
asked about the process.
And why is
So
this, I'm going to ask
therefore-
our attorney, why
so
is this
therefore-
relevant to this discussion?
Because, Bob, it goes to the fact that at some point, we all have to be truthful with the public completely.
And I am.
And so,
I'll tell
when I
you
go
that.
to that, as I said, we all hired that firm.
I didn't hire the firm.
And, Bob, again, it goes to team. The result and the action was of this group. And I, again, stand by this group. I wasn't happy with the firm, but the group made the decision.
What are we talking
So
about this
therefore-
firm? We're talking about
so
the
therefore-
manager here tonight.
And let's get to the manager. Because of the response from our council, I am not going to speak about that issue. It's not right, because there is litigation against this council, against this township, against individuals. Our legal attorney is not here right now because of a conflict. This is a serious matter. I'm not here to tell you all what you want to know or what you need to know. I'm here to tell you what I can tell you. And what I can say to you is that we are in perilous times, and we're in those times because of the actions of this council. Our actions. And as if you listen to what I said, the first thing I said is I hold myself accountable for this by my lack of doing what needs to be done. But this is the tipping point. It's no more. We have too many, the individual things have to stop. We have 2 years on this council. What are we going to do in those 2 years? What are we going to give to the people? That's not going to happen. Let's be realistic, people here. Okay? Let's be realistic. I'm not here joking with you all. You all have every right to be upset. You have every right to come up here and yell and scream and tell us how you feel. That is your right as a resident. And if any of you ever communicated with me, I responded to you quickly or as soon as possible, because that is what I stood up for and that's what I stand for. And right now, this township, a township that, as I sit on this council, am the only one who was born and raised here and family here and have respect for it. And what you all are doing is the same thing that previous people have done. They raised up, they got together, and they came in front of us, and they made a difference. And what you all are saying is making a difference. This council is being in a position where we have to hear you. Tonight is a terrible night. Mr. Iacobelli sat here and said how he, did not feel well coming here. Well, I will tell you something personal. I had a biopsy this morning for prostate cancer. And I'm here because as though I was tired and sick and didn't feel well, I ran for this office. And I owe you my presence here to hear what you all have to say. And we may disagree on everything, but at the time, when its time is right, and I really was not planning on going this deep, I challenge every one of my council members to work together and not do things that are pandering to the public, but are working for the township. And those are decisions that are very hard to make. It's very difficult in this position. I don't care about anybody coming at me because I stood for this. I ran for this. It comes with the territory. But now my councilmates, all of you, we have to work together. We have to get rid of these things where it's this person is that person. This person has all. I told Councilor Jacobellis when we ran together, you can be an incredibly effective council person in this town, but you're too selfish and you think about yourself too much. Hear me out. Hear me out.
You guys are all nodding your head, agreeing with him. All he's doing is criticizing.
And his response.
All he's doing is criticizing.
Okay.
Why do you let him do that?
And his response.
Selfish person.
His response to my email to him directly was, you know what? I appreciate that, and I really look forward to running and working with you on the council, because you are one person who will call me out for my BS and make me be the person that I am and not who my consultants tell me to be. That is a fact. And as I said from the beginning,
Councilman,
the man is incredibly dedicated, and he is doing all he can in his manner.
I appreciate all the
So
comments.
therefore,
Thank you, Councilman Cummings. If I can jump in. So I appreciate, and this is, again,
I apologize for the diatribe.
what we run into when people speak freely on issues without the rule of Robert's rules, right? Some of the challenges, it's meant there to make sure that we, again, are respectful and engaged in our process and our conversations. Right now, we have a motion. It needs to be germane to the motion. And also, we have advice of counsel. I appreciate anyone who wants to speak, because I know how passionate everyone is on this. But again, it is not, I hear where they all may come from, but it is not appropriate at this time to be having these conversations, as I think probably people sitting there would agree at this point, right? Not appropriate to be having these conversations. We've been advised by counsel. Any conversations around this matter would have to be an executive session. We've got a motion on the floor. I would, Madam Clerk, call the question.
No, I don't want the
Motion.
question called. I want to
Hold
ask
on.
more questions.
Motion to amend.
I have a right to
I would-
ask questions.
I would like my name, first of all, there is no justified reason whatsoever why we have a resolution to put the manager on temporary paid administrative leave that references me no less than 4 times, including in the title,
Right, I wanna know
but
why
doesn't
that's-
reference the investigation that the affirmative action officer did, doesn't reference the finance committee's actions. So you're asking, Mayor, you're dropping this resolution in front of us. None of us got to read it before this meeting. You're going to ask our colleagues to vote on this completely incomplete resolution that calls me out in multiple locations, but doesn't call out the totality of the situation and what I think the requirement that the investigation be holistic.
It absolutely needs to be a holistic investigation. I've called for that from the start. I further will note, I announced immediately, within 24 hours of what we all heard in the press, so that's where Councilman went with it, when we heard those accounts in the press, we immediately reached out to our council and others. I asked council, I was very clear, I put out a statement saying I will call for the manager to be put on leave, right? That's the appropriate step as you conduct investigation. In that action, the very next thing is, as Councilman Cummings noted, that was publicly put out. There was no secret about that. This is not the first anyone's hearing of it. That I called for immediately, within 24 hours. Immediately upon doing so, and Ms. DeVito can speak to this, Mr. Burr, who has to recuse himself, I reached out to our legal counsel and said, please appropriately craft language to take the action that I publicly said that I would be moving. That is where this resolution came from, and Ms. DeVito can comment on that and say, this isn't some nefarious plan to do it. Our counsel crafted the language of a resolution exactly based on what I said, saying put it on piece. Everyone saw, I noted, first I've had conversations with my colleagues, and everyone saw immediately after what we all learned about in the press that I said we should take immediate action to place the manager on administrative leave.
But we
That
didn't
is
see
what
the
this does.
wording of this.
So
I never saw Peter's
we
name
move
in it.
resolutions
Again,
all the time from here. We
who
have-
on the dais read this before this meeting? Did any of my colleagues read this before this meeting?
Peter, we've all engaged that we are not engaging in the.
Well, you
piece
don't
of
just
here,
get to
right?
put a
This is-
resolution up that no one reads.
You actually do get to move any resolution from the dais. You actually do get to move resolutions. So, yes.
Well, I make a motion to amend. And last I checked in Robert's rules, a motion to amend takes precedent. Let me speak to what I'd like to amend.
You don't get to speak once there's a second.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you,
you.
Councilor.
Let's just make sure we're following the Roberts rules, so yes, please.
Robert's rules are my rules.
I would like to strip out of the title the words "of certain allegations made by Counselor at Large Jacobellis." I would like to strike paragraph 3, whereas, in articles concerning the Rao litigation published on October 19th, 2022, in the Montclair local internet newspaper and in the Baristanet internet newspaper, reported that Counselor at Large Peter Jacobellis said, quote, "This isn't the first time I've heard from a former or current female employee, directly or indirectly, about the town hall workplace culture for women," and additionally stated in the Montclair local article, "I have heard about the kinds of outbursts Ms. Rao describes of Mrs. Stafford from other female employees." I'd also like to strike the third paragraph, whereas the township attorney has authorized an independent employment practices investigation into the allegations reportedly made by Counselor at Large Jacobellis in his October 19th, 2002, which, I wasn't even around in 2002, statements to Montclair Local and Baristanet. I'd also like to strike the the last whereas. The Township Council finds that it's in the best interest of the residents of Montclair, note this, that Township Manager Stafford be immediately placed on administrative leave pending the conclusion of the independent employment practices investigation concerning the allegations reportedly made by Counselor at Large Peter Jacobellis in his October 19th statements to Montclair Local and Baristanet. I'd also like to strike the under the first "now therefore be it resolved" part of the last sentence that says, again, investigation concerning the allegations reportedly made by Counselor at Large Jacobellis in his, again, October 19th, 2002 statements to Montclair Local and Baristanet. Besides the fact that that was 20 years ago, that would have been fascinating that I had that kind of foresight.
That's a
This
typo.
is ridiculous that this investigation is going to be about what I said to the press and not about the lawsuit. And not about the lawsuit that Miss Rao filed against this town, which is the only reason I learned about any of this, was because Miss Rao filed a lawsuit against the town that was published in the newspaper, that I read all of the detail. That's why. And I commented in response to that. So this resolution must be, if we're going to put him on administrative leave and conduct an investigation, then it must be about Miss Rao's complaint against the manager. And it must be about the investigation that has already taken place and been concluded by Mr. Morgan into the harassment allegations against Mr. Stafford, which, again, I read about from reading in the newspaper. So that's a lot of amendments.
And I second all of them. I second all of those amendments. I have never, let me speak, I have never in my life, not only in the 22 years on the council, but my 75 years, which I'll be Thursday, 75. I know I don't look it, but I'm 75. But I have never seen anything like this, where an individual who's a new councilman, and I disagree with him sometimes, I get pissed at him and he's taking over all the media. The fact is that I have never seen him be the target, or it could have been me being the target. It could have been my name on here, that I did all these things wrong. Who did the wrong thing is the person that we're talking about putting on leave. And I'm not ready to put him on leave. I don't want to put him on leave. I don't want to put him on leave. You know why? It says at the bottom here that none of this will constitute a punitive or disciplinary measure. What the hell are we doing? There should be discipline, and there should be something done about this. Now, I know there's got to be a due process. I teach it. I teach constitutional law. But I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of anything. I went to jail when I was 22 for the teacher strike in Newark. Lock me up if you have to. You want to lock me up? I'm telling you, the manager did the wrong thing on September 28th to me. Okay? Nobody spoke up about it. You notice that? Nobody spoke up about it. I got messages from Councilman Cummings saying that I was a piece of it. I'm not going to put the next word in. I got messages from Councilman Herlock telling me to not lecture him. He called me a Puerto Rican last time. I'm proud to have relatives in Puerto Rico. I have no problem.
Mr. Mayor,
All
I
these
want to
things that
address
these
these
people have said.
comments. This is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
let's see him address that.
Yeah, I am. I am
ahead,
going to
address
address
it.
it. Okay,
Address
first
it.
of all,
All right.
stop
Call me
yelling.
a Puerto Rican.
That's
what you said. You thought I was Puerto Rican.
all right, no, I got to address this. This is
Go ahead,
out of
address
control.
it. I'm glad you're
We're
gonna
gonna-
address
we're gonna
it.
keep listening to
I
this
need an
gentleman.
apology.
We
Councilman-
know there's an
Councilman
issue
Russo.
here.
I need an apology from you.
You are not getting
Councilman
an
Russo.
apology. First of all, here's what happened.
Here's what
Okay?
happened,
And it's
yeah.
on film,
Your version.
by the way. It's on film. Can
Look
I
at the film. Tells the truth.
Bob, can I talk now, or are you going to talk over me like you did to David? Let me know when you're done so
You
I
and
can speak.
David, great.
Okay.
Let me know
So,
when I can speak.
Calling me names.
It is a sad day.
Councilman Hurlock, can you use your microphone, just so people can hear too? I'm sure you'd want to have it. Okay.
Can you let me speak? Is that possible? Or are we going to just do mob rule? Because if we are, I'm
It's
leaving.
not a mob. It's not a mob out here.
Bob,
They just
let
called you
me
mob
speak.
rule.
Councilman-
You are
Bob,
not a mob.
let me
Councilman Russo,
speak.
please.
You are not a
Everybody-
mob. You
Bob,
are citizens
let
and
me
seniors
speak.
and others here. You are not a mob.
Bob,
You just
let
called
me
these folks
speak.
A mob.
Bob,
You know
let
who
me
you are?
speak.
Trump. You're Trump. You're a Republican Trumpite. That's what you are. Call these people a mob.
I'd
So,
like to address one comment, if I could, Mr.
Yeah, go
Mayor,
ahead.
And then I'm out of here.
That you're more Italian than I am or something.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I can
Is
ask-
anyone listening to
great.
what's going on up here? Do you see this? Okay,
So-
here's what happened. Here's the truth. It's on tape. Mr. Mayor, if you saw it, then you know what I'm going to say. Mr. Mayor gave me a proclamation to read for Italian heritage,
Which I proposed.
which you weren't even here when we distributed them. You came in late as I started to go up.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Will you stop?
Will you tell the truth?
I am telling the truth. Enough!
Enough. See,
I
this
got
is
the
why he left you to poke his
proclamation.
finger at
I
me.
got the proclamation.
Deputy Mayor.
This is another issue that we've had over the years. The gentleman is upset that he's not deputy mayor. He's been attacking
I've
me
been mayor. I've been
in
deputy mayor. I don't
public
need to be it.
for years. This is what's going on. I hate to
What a
do this,
jerk.
but I can't sit here
What a
anymore and
jerk.
just listen.
so,
Yeah, I'd like to get back on topic too, and I want to address the comments were made to me. So just hold on a second, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Martin.
Aye.
We sound like kids. Yeah, we do. So he gets to say whatever he wants about me, and I can't say anything. So I'm going to just say this, Mr. Mayor, because this is a three-ring
I would
circus.
ask you keep it as brief as possible,
I'm
because I'd say,
trying to, if I could at least speak.
because let me preface it before you say this, because I know everybody's saying it, and there is the videotape, and people can go to it, I'm sure, right? But I will say this, and everyone saw the meeting,
Yeah,
the last
videotape.
meeting, and the actions, and this. When I implore you to not yell out and scream, well, I implore each of us to take us. It is not just because I want to hear from you, don't hear from you. We've got to maintain, especially in this community, to be able to talk to one another. And I've served for 8 years as a council person, and we did talk to one another. And 2 years as mayor, and we did talk to each other. Right? The pieces, again, the pieces of civil discourse, erode when when any of us don't contribute our part to this. I will say this. This is a passionate issue. We are all frustrated, angry, outraged. But to turn it into personal attacks, yells of that's not who we are. Let's discuss the issues. Let's debate the concerns. Let's make sure that what's not lost, I'm listening to all this tonight, what's lost in here is someone has come forward with something that they felt was emotionally harmful. We are trying to figure out ways to address that, to make sure it's done properly, to make sure it doesn't happen again, to make sure that we do it in a way that whatever action we take holds. Those are all important pieces. Now, you may agree with that, you may disagree with it. You have that right. As Councilman Cummings said, you have that right. We're about to sit through hours, I'm sure. You're going to come to that microphone, you're going to tell us exactly how you feel. Rightfully so. That mic's going to be on, we're going to hear it. But it is not appropriate for us to devolve the conversation into something that loses the point of what we're here for. And you're hearing it, all of us, you, us. It's not where we need to be and what we should be talking about. We need to focus on the issues. So I will ask this humbly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll ask this humbly. I heard what was said, and understand your desire to respond, and every time and place. We've got a motion. We now have an amendment. Fine. It's been moved. We'll ask the attorney to opine as to why some of the pieces that were asked for in the amendment are what they are. I will note, by the way, this is no attack on anyone. Again, the attorneys crafted this. It is a, hey, something was brought to light, it needs to be investigated. Not the person who brought it to light is investigated. The issues are investigated that were brought to light. That's how it has to be worded in here. Again, the council can talk to that. Either way, what we feel about these issues. Let's vote on the amendment. Fair? Duly moved? Let's vote on that amendment. We heard the rationale. Let's vote on it. The next piece will be, it will pass or not. We will vote on the motion. It will pass or not. We will move with our business. You will all speak, but we have to, thank you, we have to maintain civil discourse, even in the most difficult of times. It's easy to say when it's easy to do. It's when it's hardest that it matters most. So I humbly ask, we are all so frustrated. I get the emotions are raw. I'm right there with you. But we all have that obligation, and I'm asking you to be partners in that to make sure we conduct ourselves appropriately. That's all.
I
Thank you.
appreciate you saying that, Mr. Mayor, and I take it to heart. I have to respond, though. I've been accused all kinds of things here tonight. The proclamation was given to me to read, and just bear with me for a moment, and then it was taken out of my hand because I was accused of not being Italian enough. Even though Mr. Iacobellis, Ms. Schlager, and I are all 50% Italian. I was told that the gentleman was
92.
100% Italian. Sorry?
I said 92.
92, I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't
You
mean
haven't
to.
noticed tonight?
And thank you for the levity. We need it desperately here. And that's what occurred, okay? I didn't call him Puerto Rican. He's been telling everyone that he's half Puerto Rican. That's all. Nobody accused him. I don't want to be reading crap now. I don't want emails. I don't want letters. I don't want all this stuff that I did these wrong things. And I am sure in hell not Donald Trump, okay? Well, it
So I'd
was,
just
the,
like to
the
clarify
statement was
this, if I
made.
may.
No back and
Mr.
forth.
Mayor, I don't
No
want to go
back
back
and
and
forth.
forth on that.
I agree. So we have,
Well, I'm not
at this
half
point,
Puerto
we have
Rican. Can I
okay.
clarify that?
No. We have an amendment
Well, you
which has
don't
been
care
moved.
about it, but what is he saying? A lie.
Madam Clerk? Shh. Madam Clerk, I'm going to call the question on the amendment.
That's what's happening to
Madam-
Mr. Rao. He's part of what happened to Mr. Rao.
Madam Clerk?
Before Mr. Mayor, we
His
have,
finance committee
have-
he chairs.
we have two competing, I-
We have a motion, right? We have a motion. We have an amendment. Under Robert's rules, we need to vote on the amendment, and then it goes back to the regular motion. Anything after, we move as a separate agenda motion
I
as
just
well.
want to know, can I ask the legal counsel, can I put forth a motion for us to go into executive session to discuss this? Because there are matters here that we need to discuss, because internally, we need to have a discussion about this, so that we can come out with something that we're in agreement.
You can move to go into executive session if what you want to discuss is a personnel or employment matter or a pending litigation matter.
Yes, and that's
That
what
is
this
appropriate
is.
for-
Right.
Is it-
Let the vote go.
Yeah,
I
you
think-
can't, if you're in the middle of a motion, right?
Listen,
Can you? I don't,
I want to
if you have a
follow your
motion on the
advice.
table.
If you tell me no, that's fine. But this is just,
I think we
this
need
is
to follow
ridiculous.
through with the motion.
Okay.
we-
Just to clarify what motion's on the table.
it's the amendment, that's the amendment points that Councilman Iacobellis put
Okay,
forward.
can I make a comment? Before that, is this discussion on the,
There should be, as you heard, look, Madam,
is this discussion on the amendment, though?
it is, however, as noted, our attorney has noted there should be no discussion unless it's an executive session.
I don't even
I
know
can
what the language is
clarify.
at this point.
Well, I think we have this
You heard
discussion.
We eliminated
points
any
that he-
reference to Councilman Iacobellis in it, right? That's the
And-
amendment.
and other
It's not
pieces.
about Iacobellis
And there were other
or
pieces
me.
noted.
And there are other items.
I do think
That
it'd
were
be
eliminated.
prudent if everybody took a minute to read it.
That's all I'm asking,
Wait a minute.
because it's changed completely.
Madam Clerk, while everyone is considering those amendments that were put forward and trying to incorporate that into what was said, I'm sorry, Madam Attorney, Sorry. Kind of which way you were at, too, right? If you can speak to, because it was raised, the crafting of this language, and I'd ask my colleagues to note why the language is what it is. So if you could please explain what the process was and why it was drafted the way it was drafted. Thank you. If it's appropriate, you'd tell me otherwise.
Are we going back to the original?
The original motion.
The original motion.
Please.
Are we to first conclude the amended motion?
Yeah, that takes precedent, the amendment.
So, right, as a discussion around the amendment, comparative to the original motion, the changes that are made, what is the interpretation of that compared to the original motion and its impact on such?
Mr. Mayor, I would ask that we go into executive session if we're going to be discussing in detail.
No, it's fair. I'm just asking the question. If it could be discussed, I'm asking.
Then we should.
That's what I asked for originally. So, but with the questions to the, okay, so this was written up. And we want to strike.
All this
Everything
amendment
that
does
we
is
talked
eliminate
about,
references to Peter
right?
Yacobellis.
It has impact, but we can't discuss it because we can't go to
That's-
executive
that's
session. It
my
has impact,
point.
which is what I heard try to answer, but
That's
we
what-
can't.
Why is he relevant to this?
Madam, it's not about that, it's that there's a motion, there's motions on the table.
don't
So
we
I'd
table
say,
it until
if
after?
Can we
if
table
Madam
the-
Attorney,
Yes.
is there, while we're saying under the rules, we've got motions that are here, is it possible to, I know one of the terms of Robert's Rules, lay the motion on the table for now, right? Which is a third layer motion, which is also just not debatable ever. But we leave that there, and by putting that, laying it on the table, maybe then we give ourselves the ability to go into executive session at that time?
Correct.
Okay. So I make a motion to lay it on the table under Robert's Rules.
Second?
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? It passes. So we will then now make a motion to move into executive session. Is that what you're saying we talk about it?
Why don't we?
Can we go to executive session
Yeah,
upstairs?
Of course, yeah.
All right.
I don't want to go into executive session.
Well, we have to vote.
Why
so
can't we,
haven't-
why
haven't-
can't we do public comment and then do this after?
Yeah, because here's what's going to happen. You're all going to be sitting down here for another 2 hours, you see?
We
2
will,
hours you're going to be waiting down here while we're upstairs.
Councilman Cummings, you're the ones who directly asked for this, but I would say let's limit it to 10 minutes or less, and we'll be back. Does that work for you?
10
Not
minutes.
gonna be 10
Listen,
minutes.
Councilman, or we
Right,
bring it
but-
back to the,
This is where we become a kangaroo court. All right? And
Kangaroo
this is
court.
where we all need to be respectful to one another, but also to the community. So I have no problem allowing the public to come up and speak and then go into executive session. And I say that so that, but what I would like for my council colleagues is to remain quiet, listen to the public, and then we go out in executive session. Because I don't have time to be here all night going back and forth from the dais to the public. So we all need to hear from you guys, allow you to speak, and then we need to conduct business.
so let's move to public comment. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and certainly, as you might imagine, I'll hold you to the 3 minutes today. So please be mindful of that as you see the clock as it's ticking there. If you wish to comment on a pending ordinance that's listed, please make sure you wait until that moment in the agenda to speak on a pending ordinance during that time. With that, I will open up public comment, and as a reminder, of 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Ann Lapel. I've been a member of this community for years.
Hi, my name is Ann Lapel. I've lived in this community for over 40 years, and I live at 10 Crestmont Road. The emotions are running very high today, and I'd like to talk about something that's been on my mind for a very long time. We have a great many lessons in history about the conspiracy of silence. In the past, silence among people reluctant to speak out about injustice has had serious consequences. If we learn nothing else from history, let us walk away with the message that we teach our children. If you see something, say something. Bullying and intimidation tactics are not a path toward good government or good living. As a member of the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, I had the misfortune of knowing that our town manager's toxic behavior was a major factor in causing Katie York, the Director of Senior Services, to leave. Katie's competence and leadership skills were unrivaled in her field, and our seniors have been diminished without her. And when some of us asked too many questions, we were ignored and stonewalled. Council members, you witnessed a glimpse of the unbridled rage this manager exhibited in his public disagreements with Councilmember Russo. Imagine the same rage directed at an employee who dared not fight back. So, we stand in support of our CFO, Maja, Ms. Rao, and in support of all the employees who have been subject to the intimidation tactics of this town manager. Council members, ask yourself why this heralded township has not been able to fill employment vacancies of late. I have been told that talented candidates are reluctant to apply because the word on the street is 205 Claremont is a toxic work environment. This manager has not put the welfare of our community before his personal vendetta. This is not just an issue in 2022. The message from the Montclair seniors, and indeed from the entire community, is that he must suffer the consequences of his actions. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is James M. Lukenda. I've been a resident of Montclair since 1994, residing at 37 Irwin Park Road. The issues here, as it relates to the toxic work environment, are very important, but I'm concerned that we are also missing another issue here relative to the financial stewardship of this town. The allegations included in Ms. Rao's complaint raise significant issues, which in fact probably implicate members of this council. And I'd like to know, when we talk about there being a comprehensive investigation of employment issues, whether that also includes a comprehensive investigation into these financial allegations of the health benefits being taken, of the pension credits being issued, as well as the retroactive pay increases. All of these things come out of the Montclair residents' pockets. They should be investigated, and any of you who are implicated in those should be recusing yourself from anything further in this matter. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anuj. I've been a Montclair resident for 20 years at 28 Park Terrace. And I want to talk about any potential investigation into HR practices. Obviously, whether Mr. Stafford goes on a paid administrative leave or is removed, the root causes that generated the lawsuit from Ms. Rao are not going to magically go away. So I was very actually pleased to hear Mayor Spiller say, we need an investigation into the workplace. That was fantastic. What was a little bit troublesome and disconcerting was that a firm seemed to already be pre-selected in the comment. So I think it is absolutely obvious that the company that performs this investigation be A, independent, and B, impartial. And what that means is any firms that have existing ties to anyone on this council are excluded from bidding on this if it's going to go out to an RFP, or you're not allowed to suggest the name of a firm. That's the first thing. The second thing is, the investigation is going to include many of you and your actions and your behaviors and your choices as they relate to the charges that were in the lawsuit. So what sort of citizen advisory board, what sort of governance is going to be in place to make sure that the investigation remains independent during the course of its process? That's the second thing. And the last thing is, again, whether the township manager goes on leave, paid leave, or is removed immediately, the suggestion is, I believe, that Councilman Scantlebury takes over on a temporary basis. I'm not sure if that's the case, but that obviously doesn't make sense because that was the councilman that approached Ms. Rao and said, you're not supposed to be on the finance committee. So I could have that wrong. Finally, I just want to say something that's actually not in my notes. And I'm saying this because Councilman Yacobelis's comment in the opening of the discussion resonated. For the first time in the 20-plus years that I've been Montclair, when I woke up this morning, I thought to myself, is Montclair not actually the town that I thought it was? And that's a really, really sobering notion when you've raised 3 children here, when you've invested so much time, so much money, so much of your life in your community, and you have to put up and read this. It is so deflating, not to me, but to my family and the way we live in our community at our very core. And I just don't get that when you talk about this stuff, I really don't believe you that you understand how serious this is. I just don't believe you. Thank you.
My name is Susan Craig. I live at 10 Crestmont Road. According to the 2020 census, Montclair residents over the age of 55 represent 26.3% of the population, and there's 7,000 of us who are over the age of 62. That means there are a lot of us who don't have the luxury of waiting for Montclair to live up to its reputation of as a forward-looking community, an age-friendly community, and doing the right thing. We too have been disrespected and dismissed. Was it ageism that prevented the town manager from hearing us when we spoke, or not listening to us, or respecting the professional staff who understood the kind of support that is necessary for people who want to age in place, who want to remain in the community? I was a member of the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee and later a co-chair. We were tasked to study and identify the needs of our community to improve housing, health, transportation, social inclusion, consistent with being a community conducive to aging in place. Our recommendations and advice were ignored. When the management of the town doesn't value its older residents or respect their needs, the result is we are minimized and silenced, as were the professional staff who represented and spoke for our programs. I believe the purpose of government is to work for the good of the community. When it is clear that Montclair has for too long condoned a toxic work environment, we cannot ignore this situation any longer. It's time for a change, and I also support the dismissal of employment of Mr. Stafford.
Hi, I'm Madeline Gale. I'm speaking both as a concerned Montclair citizen and also as one of the Civil Rights Commission commissioners. I'm here today to stand up against misogyny and racism and discrimination against all oppressed communities. We need to have a mayor, town councilors, and a town manager who are committed to ensuring that women and people of color are treated fairly and equally. Our town manager has allegedly allowed and engaged in racist and sexist behaviors, and he needs to go unpaid. And while And while some of our town councilors and Mayor Spiller have shown good leadership and have voted to support women and people of color in the past, we need all of you to speak up when you see and hear issues of racism and sexism, as well as homo and transphobia, ableism, and ageism, as we've heard. You are elected to represent the whole community and not to remain quiet in these situations. We see and hear what all of you do, and we expect better from all of you. A first step, as I've said and others have said, would be removing the town manager unpaid and also publicly addressing and dealing properly with the fire chief's racist, unfair promotional exam. That allowed Chief Herman a 15-point spread on each test result, which was completely unfair to the 3 black firemen. Montclair's affirmative action for Officer Bruce Morgan found substantiated evidence against both of these men, the fire chief and the town manager, and none of you took any actions to remove them until recently. So please do the right thing with both men. Thank you.
I'm going to change the subject here for just a quick 3 minutes, if I may. Mayor Spiller and council members, my name is Jeff Morton. I'm the president of the New Jersey Coalition of Responsible Pet Stores. I'm the owner of Shakeable Pet Stores with locations in Union and Greenbrook, New Jersey, enjoying 30 years of success. This is the first time I've appeared before your council, and I think the next time I come, I'm going to bring a couple of emotional support dogs that you guys can hug and cuddle and warm up to. Anyway, I'm here to voice opposition to the proposed pet store ban here in Montclair. The Humane Society of the United States has been promoting these bans in New Jersey towns for almost 10 years. Seeing that these ordinances were being pushed on unsuspecting towns and legislators, we formed our coalition in 2016 with the mission of educating lawmakers around the state. Sadly, the Humane Society promotes their agenda with blatant lies and mistruths, pulling at your heartstrings, and somehow the small, local, independent pet store is responsible for unsavory dog breeders around the United States. Here in New Jersey, at last count, we had 17 stores that sell pups. In contrast, there are 100 municipal and government-run animal shelters and approximately 400 registered animal rescues. There is no pet store puppy pipeline, as the Humane Society catchphrase indicates. All of our pups are sourced in compliance with the New Jersey Puppy Protection Act that passed the legislature in 2015 and was largely authored by the Humane Society itself. I'd be happy to go into depth with you on the high standards that our breeders have, the care they provide, and the strong consumer protections that our customers enjoy. The newly appointed state director of the HSUS hopes to scare this council with the absurd threat that New York pet store owners will somehow relocate and flood New Jersey towns if legislation is signed by the New York governor. This is a laughable notion, and it's just another example of the fear-based marketing tactics that the Humane Society utilizes. When the pandemic hit in March of 2020, New Jersey pet stores were among the first businesses deemed essential by Governor Murphy. Why? Because we provide a safe, clean, regulated, and inspected facility for our residents to shop. We provide our senior citizens with suitable companions that fit their lifestyle. We've helped families with young children, many with allergies, find their new family member. I took a look at our sales history, and we've placed over 120 dogs into the Montclair community over the past years. Without your local pet shop, can you imagine your grandma going online to shop for a puppy? Where pet scams are listed in the top 10 of all scams?
Your comments. Just I'm holding everyone to the 3 minutes today, okay? Just so thank you very much and appreciate your time and comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yana Robbins, and I'm a resident of Montclair. I'd like to request that the town council make publicly available the status of all ongoing town projects, many of which have remained incomplete for extended periods of time. This includes pools, playgrounds, the Edgemont Bridge, and others. The residents deserve transparency into the budget, initial and revised completion date, and other aspects of the projects. The transparency is particularly critical in light of current events, which have resulted in mistrust and doubt in the functioning of our district. Please make these documents available without any delay. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I am a resident of Montclair. I take no pleasure in being here tonight under these circumstances. What has come to light in the last week is outrageous and embarrassing. Unfortunately, I cannot say that I am surprised. However, I am shocked that all of this information has actually come out in the way that it has. Having had my own personal interaction with Mr. Stafford last year regarding a permit for COVID testing sites, I had my own experience with his aggressive behavior. So again, I am not surprised to have read the lawsuit that is being filed by the CFO against Mr. Stafford. I am also not surprised to have read that Mr. Stafford had township employees and an elected official who worked to keep the history of his behavior from becoming public knowledge. And now that it is public knowledge, I will not be surprised if there are some who are sitting on this council this evening who will do everything they can to evade their duty of oversight and representing the people of Montclair who elected them to do just that. This moment is a true test of each of your character. Any one of you could have and should have taken more direct action to protect not just the employees of the town, but also the people of Montclair who count on you to provide a functioning and effective government. Over the last year, we have been subject to a government that is not doing its job. From the parking deck, to the pools not opening, to not having key positions filled such as for senior services and HR, to health insurance benefits being provided to council members illegally, to the fire department having employees fill out time cards inappropriately, to the fire department promotional exam scandal, intentionally limiting the public's access to town council meetings by not providing virtual comment and live streaming, which I am sure some of you wish that were the case tonight, to the improper and illegal way in which the shared fire services agreement with Glenridge was handled, the bullying and aggressive behavior towards town employees that was allowed to continue, and hiding the affirmative action report. I mean, the list goes on. The people of Montclair have had enough. It is time for an independent investigation into all of this, an independent investigation. And that investigation should be done by investigators that do not have any ties to any of you. And they should not be hired directly and improperly by the mayor, as we just had happen with O'Toole Scrivo. And Tim Stafford should be fired, not given a paid leave of absence. The people of Montclair will not stand for this any longer. Enough is enough.
Hi there, my name is Deirdre Birmingham. I want to start by expressing how sorry I am to the township employees, especially the women who had to deal with this hostile work environment for so long. And I want to thank Ms. Rao for her courage in speaking out. It's really brave. It sounds like she worked really hard to make sure she knew where our money was going and to keep us in compliance with state law. For that, she was harassed and told by a bunch of men that she's too difficult to deal with. Oof, that is unbelievable. Shame on y'all. Tim Stafford should have been fired for incompetence a long time ago. The library, the parking deck, the pools, the bridge, the fire promotion exam, the HR position, the senior services positions, the ridiculous shared service agreement. And to know that he was creating a hostile work environment on top of this incompetence is astounding. Now we have to pay this guy to sit on his couch, and we will lose more taxpayer money in lawsuits. Furthermore, Mr. Scantlebury, the one who told Ms. Rao she was too difficult to work with, should not be the acting town manager. Please recognize the seriousness of these allegations. It doesn't seem like you do. Switching gears, as a concerned taxpayer whose town lays off countless teaching staff every year and who sends kids to schools that are literally falling apart, I want more transparency into where my money is going. We pay some of the highest taxes in the nation. For starters, we need greater oversight of our fire department. Why was Chief Herman allowed to participate in the development of the fire promotion exam when his son was on the force? He was told that this could expose us to legal action, but it did it anyway, with Stafford's blessing. That's insane. Why didn't anyone stop this from happening? Does no one know what nepotism is? Why was seniority removed as a metric from the exam? Is it just a coincidence that Herman's son has only been on the force for 5 years? Why did we choose O'Toole-Scrivo as the firm to investigate this exam, knowing they were not approved on the approved vendor list and were not hired through proper procurement process? Who made the decision, and why did we pay them double what we pay other lawyers? Was it Mr. Spiller? I want to know. What happened to the 10 firefighters who defrauded the Montclair taxpayers? Have they paid back the money? Was there any disciplinary action? Does anyone know whether this is still happening? Why didn't we engage the shared service office in our fire service agreement? And please don't tell me you were worried we would get less money, because that's ridiculous and you know it. You were told that was not going to happen. Why was the council not shown the analysis of the CFO? Why was the fire chief's analysis the only viewpoint? Where did he get his financial credentials from? I want to know. Why don't firefighters' time and attendance records have the same oversight as other Montclair employees? It seems like this should be implemented right now. A few more unrelated questions as a taxpayer. Why would we give a raise to police officer Okay, I'm not done. I'm sorry. Mr. Spiller, I know you're going to take cover behind lawsuits and say you can't answer these questions. By the way, this town has never had so many active legal cases. You broke this town. Fix it. Fix it.
Hi, my name is Mary Birmingham, also a resident of Montclair. I'm going to repeat a lot of things that were said, but I'm also very angry. We spend a lot of time in Montclair congratulating ourselves on our diversity and our tolerance, but we now find ourselves defending ourselves against lawsuits that don't in any way reflect our values. As another reminder, Tim Stafford and the fire chief collaborated on a brand new rubric for the 2021 promotional exam that eliminated points for seniority, minimized the written exam, and instead introduced several more subjective measures. You do not need a law degree to know that Herman should never have been involved in such a high-stakes exam involving his own son. They both had to know that they would be exposing the town to legal problems, and they did it anyway. Stafford should be fired, and the fire chief investigated for his role in the creation of this biased exam. That was bad enough. But then you went and made it worse by hiring the law firm of O'Toole-Scrivo. According to Ms. Rao's lawsuit, the law firm was not hired through a fair and open procurement process as required by law. And we paid them twice the hourly rate that we pay other law firms. Why did you advance this law firm? What is your connection with them? What is Chief Herman's connection with them? And why are Montclair taxpayers paying for an investigation that was biased from the outset? Instead of investigating the fire chief for running a blatantly discriminatory exam, you listened to his analysis and took his poor advice on the Glen Ridge fire deal, which will cost Montclair taxpayers millions. Is there a theme here? The fire chief needs to be investigated. And instead of listening to Ms. Rao as she attempted to be a good steward of our tax dollars and rang the alarm on Stafford's multiple examples of tax money waste, you excluded her from the Finance Committee meetings and attempted to build a case to fire her. all exposing us to yet more legal problems and wasting more tax dollars. It is all, in my opinion, indefensible. Fire Tim Stafford and investigate Herman. We need to know how this promotional exam went so wrong, how we hired this law firm, and how we can make sure that the people who are working hard and doing the best for our town aren't treated so poorly. And finally, if you are more worried about the public having access to this information than you are about the discrimination, misogyny, corruption, and I have to add homophobia tonight, Peter, I'm sorry, that have been seemingly rampant in this administration, then you are part of the problem and do not belong in public office.
Hello, my name is Steve Jelsey. I'm a taxpayer since 2010, currently resident of Stevens Street. I'm following up on an appearance I made in the August public meeting about our Montclair pools. They were mentioned earlier. I just, let's bring the pools back. I got some information from the town's recreation department about our town pools. A major upgrade is needed for all three pools. That's Nishwain, Essex, and Upper Mountain. I'm not sure yet how much the town could afford, but we need a generational improvement in pools that have not been upgraded in a generation. Why not reach for the sky? Maybe an indoor pool, upgraded changing areas, bathrooms, locker rooms would be great. Given that Montclair seems to be supporting more and more young families with young children, a splash pad would be very well used and very welcome. Verona has one as well. So the most recent, and I emphasize this is the most recent upgrade of the office space, filtration rooms, and the male and female bathrooms at the Montclair pools took place in 1992. That's 30 years ago. The oldest update is 1988, which is nearly 35 years ago. Let me repeat that. The newest is nearly 31 years old, and the most recent is nearly 35. At the same time, we have been running an annual maintenance budget of only about $50,000 a year for three pools. That covers chemicals, pool testing, materials, and supplies. So I realize it's not budget season, but I wanted to put in an early request as a resident of the town to try to muster up some money to at least do some basic upgrades of the bathrooms or offices. Montclair continues to grow quickly with lots of construction and pressure to build new dwellings with lots of apartments coming online. So we need an injection of capital into our pools. This is a major need. And I also want to let the board know that I'm exploring, a few of us are exploring the launch of a new nonprofit in Montclair under the working title of Friends of Montclair Pools. That's how things have to happen nowadays. You got to get private people together. They support the football team. The private citizens support the new skateboard park. So maybe we should try to get something going with the Friends of Montclair Pools. My email address is on here as well. We may work to raise some money to pay for a feasibility study on ways to improve Montclair pools. That would be one possible thing. And I'm also gathering additional information about pool programs in other towns as a point of comparison. Thanks again. My contact information is on this document, and I'll be back. Thank you.
My name is Marina Miller, and I have resided in Montclair since 2013. I would first like to address some of the comments made by Mayor Spiller earlier this evening. This is not about one woman's emotional damage. This is about the misuse of our tax dollars while making our city hall a toxic environment for female leadership. Furthermore, a week ago, Stafford was placed on paid administrative leave while an investigation was conducted. The investigation, 9 pages of which were released to the Montclair Local, has now concluded wrongdoing by Montclair's affirmative action officer, Bruce Morgan, and was supported by multiple witnesses. I would like to ask you, our council, where is the accountability from all of you to allow... Where is the accountability for allowing this to go on and to put safeguards in place from preventing this in the future? I would also like to understand why we are discussing putting Stafford on paid leave and allowing him to receive full pay and benefits despite being a leader in gendered bullying in Montclair. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Dave Herron. I don't come to these things often, and I wondered why. Now I know why. I want to put a little perspective on some of this. This whole issue with discrimination is not new. I used to be a past president of the NAACP. We dealt with these issues 15 years ago. Fire department was moving people around, using a list that didn't exist. If they liked you, they put you on the top of the list. We got them to stop that. I'm shocked that they started it again. Isn't anybody paying attention? Filling out forms to show you're working when you're not. They were doing that in 1999. We stopped that. So we thought. Before Herman became chief, they were putting their friends on the department, promoting him. Folks, this is bad. This is real bad. I have no confidence that you will investigate this and do what you need to do. We should never go backwards. We're fighting the same damn fights we fought in the 1990s, 2000. What are you going to do? Don't tell me you're going to do an investigation, because I know what that happens. You're not going to do an investigation. If this guy did this to one, I guarantee you, keep your eyes open. Other women are going to come up. Other African Americans are going to come up. Other people. I know because they've been calling me saying, I can't work here anymore. This is deplorable. And I saw on this September 28th meeting, the behavior exhibited was disrespectful. It was horrendous that a town employee would speak to another council person the way they did. I am appalled. This whole thing needs to be investigated, but I'm going to help you guys out. I'm going to contact state and federal authorities to have them investigated, because I don't trust you. I wondered why I stopped coming to these meetings. I know why I stopped coming. It's you guys are dysfunctional. You're not operating as a council. Get yourself together. But if you can't, guess what? We'll help you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Norma Tassi, and I live at 7 Southern Terrace here in Montclair. I'm a lifelong resident of Montclair. I'm a contemporary of Councilperson Cummings, and proud to say it. The concern that I have is that Councilor Yacobelis's comments. I just want to say, as somebody who makes their living as an HR practitioner, I want to say that Peter's comments are based on process and not employment practices. So my advice would be to adopt his amendment. I'm calling for sidelining him seems out of order. And there is troubling news in the public sphere that deserves full and careful, deliberative consideration. I ask all of you to live up to the better angels of your nature and welcome the sunlight of whatever thorough investigation is necessary, whatever thorough investigation is possible for however long it takes, and whoever has to do it. We need to get to the bottom of the matters that have been brought out into the press, and we need to do it today, we need to do it tomorrow, and we need to do it until it's done.
Hello, my name is Eileen Birmingham, and I'm a resident of Montclair. I'm here tonight to once again beg you for transparency and hoping that you recognize how damaging the culture of secrecy and hiding information has been to our town. I would suggest that you start by reading aloud to the public from the optional municipal charter law, which guides how we can get rid of the town manager. According to this law, the manager serves at the pleasure of the council and may be removed by a majority vote at any time, so long as prescribed procedure is followed. Now, I have read that prescribed procedure, and I guarantee you it does not include a paid vacation when there is good cause for dismissal. Now, of course, what has happened with the CFO is an obvious example of the treachery of all this secretiveness, with government officials, including Mr. Scantlebury, hiding an important internal report documenting a hostile workplace. And then meanwhile, the council is moving to remove the CFO from an important committee, making her workplace more hostile and essentially guaranteeing a lawsuit. This is not a way to treat people, especially a woman trying to do her job. And compare that to how you respond to men who do damaging things. Take, for example, the behavior of the town manager and the fire chief around the firefighter's promotional exam, an exam the chief's son was taking, and any 5-year-old would know that could be a problem. Per report in the Montclair Local dated May 24th, and I quote, HR Director Matthews had told Bruce Morgan that Herman recused himself from the entire process. But Herman told Morgan that he couldn't recuse himself, even though some firefighters said they pursue legal action if he didn't, quote, because he had too much valuable knowledge about the fire service. So Tim Stafford and John Herman knowingly created a situation that put the town of Montclair and the fire department in a very vulnerable situation. And they seem to have misled the HR director while doing it, a woman who has since left the township. And even though almost every other town in the state uses the civil service to run promotional exams, here in Montclair, we are beholden to men who forge ahead with bias and discrimination because they seem to believe they would get away with it, even rewarded for it. Tim Stafford's actions around the promotional exam should have been disqualifying. Instead, the town hired a law firm with pretty obvious conflicts to investigate. We have yet to see the results of this investigation, but can we really trust it? Of course not. And we have reason to believe this situation will be very costly, although of course there has been very little public discussion of the costs. When does this end? When can we create a culture of open and transparent communication amongst yourselves and the public? This culture of secrecy and misogyny has been very damaging, and we cannot afford for it to continue any longer. We need an enormous change here in Montclair.
Hi, I'm Scott Ketty. I've been a resident of Montclair since 2015. I'm here basically to represent my 2 kids who are 9 and 11. I wish they could come and speak. I'm going to add to David Herron's comments. If you pulled up an org chart of Montclair's town, sorry, I'm going to go into professional mode, Katie York would no longer be there. Kimberly Kraft wouldn't be there, nor would Sue Pertuz, if I'm getting the names right, Portalese. Why are 3 directors, who happen to all be females, have not been replaced? It's been a long time. So, first and foremost, review their exit interviews. Second, somebody call them. Let's see what they have to say. Even the last Ira on the way out had some interesting comments. How about we bring Ira in? He can anything that happened in the hall, he can talk about. There's no client-attorney privilege. And even though I'm not a lawyer, and I know that. So I think we need a financial audit. For me, the buck stops. Now, Mr. Spiller, you are the captain of this ship. Under the Faulkner system, which I have no idea how it got put in place, I don't understand it, but I get it, you chose a first mate. We are talking about your first mate. That was your choice, as well as everyone else on council. So maybe we should look at the captain. You're very successful. You're the head of the NGEA. It's a $550,000 per year roughly paying job. That's a pretty intense job. Congratulations. You've done very well, better than me. You're also you're also the mayor. You put your hat in the ring for Secretary of State. Sorry, not Secretary of State, Secretary of Education. You also are fundraising. You also are a father of two. And last Thursday, you were over at Jake's having beers. Great. I was there too. But this is not adding up. How can you be representing the town when you've got, that's 5 things. I'm inundated just as a father of 2. You're a father of 2. So where are the priorities? And it makes me wonder, because those numbers, I have a 4-year degree in math, that's a grade 1 problem. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 is 5. It's not 1. You're one guy. So we need change, lots of change. You are the captain of this ship. You have the responsibility. And lastly, as the NGA president, I'm not a teacher. I wish we treated them like in Japan. Japan teachers are held in such high esteem, and I think they should be. They are amazing. I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for many, many teachers. What I find really interesting is I did a quick survey on the information out in the public. There are roughly, and this is a guesstimate because I don't have precise numbers, 70 firemen and police officers who make more than the highest paid teacher, a woman who teaches German. So there are 70. Isn't this a misbalance? Because I mentioned it to folks out front, their jaws drop. But you represent teachers. That's your primary job. How do we have this mismatch? And I appreciate your time. I'm the first person
Thank you
that have
for
come
your
up
comments.
you've actually looked at. So
Thank you for your
looking
thank you
at
for your
it.
comments.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you.
Hello? Do you really think people can't see through the lies and distortions that have gone on here today and the manipulations you just tried to pull at the start of this meeting to stop any real debate? I mean, come on. Mayor Spiller, do you really think anyone believes you had nothing to do with retaliation against our CFO? That you didn't know about the internal report detailing her harassment because she tried to do the right thing and follow proper procedures? Either you, Mayor, Bill Herlock, David Cummings, Manager Stafford, or Brian Scantlebury are lying here. The question is, who is it? And do you really think people don't see, Mayor, that you and Lori Price Abrams, everything you do now has a Trentonized political agenda? That you each gave away the store to Glen Ridge, not to rock the New Jersey Fire and other public service union votes to help the mayor's future state political career. And you, Councilor Abrams, with your Wakefern ShopRite state government affairs position, now are forced to go along with the mayor on everything. You can't really do your legislative job here because you need his lobbying support for your company statewide. So the mayor's call for an internal culture and good government review here is a joke. He wants to waste more legal fees just to take a hard look at yourself. It's ridiculous. And proposed unlawfully again, just like the O'Toole contract the mayor illegally signed. No public bidding, no formal vote required. Sean even named a new law firm to be hired. It's totally unlawful. So sure, turns Tim Stafford into a scapegoat, keep him quiet and paid off on vacation, let him collect $200,000 a year, not $143,000 as was incorrectly reported, so he doesn't rat anyone out. Instead, the manager needs to be fired immediately. Everyone knows it. Kicked out the door behind him and fired should be Town Attorney Paul Burr for lying to Councilor Schlager. He got her to improperly change her vote on Glen Ridge. By telling her she was facing litigation and financial penalty. And also he should be fired for unlawfully hiring the O'Toole law firm for running a fixed fire department investigation, overpaying them and then trying to cover it up because the CFO wouldn't authorize the bills. Shame on you, Mr. Burr, and you too, Mr. Vito, for going along with all this. Shame on you too. How you can even think about naming Brian Scantlebury interim manager. He's caught up in your lies. Brian, they're killing your reputation here. You need to come clean tonight. Save yourself. The problem is not our Faulkner form of government, it's all of you. So Sean Spiller.
Thank you for
Bill-
your comments. Thank you for your comments.
2 seconds.
I'm
Bill
holding
Herlock,
everyone
David
to the
Cummings,
line, so
you've all failed this community.
please conclude
I
your
ask you
comments.
to,
or- Thank you.
I believe you should resign. I call for your immediate resignation.
Please conclude your comments.
Do the right thing tonight and resign.
Thank you.
My name is June Regner. I'm a Montclair resident. You guys probably remember me. As someone said a little while ago, you have broken this town. Shame on you. This is a town where people pride themselves in our liberal and progressive values. You have made a mockery of all those things. You have zero credibility in choosing an investigator because of the charade that you did with the O'Toole law firm. You are incredible, which means no one believes you. You have broken this town. You have broken this government. You all need to resign. The idea that the council is a team that should play together? No. Every single one of you has constituents that you should be responding to. That is who you are responsible to, not for playing nicely with each other. Step down, resign, get out, with your tails behind you in shame.
Hi, my name is Eric D'Amato. I am tempted to continue the pounding, but I won't. I'm going to actually propose something more positive. 3 things, very quickly in my 3 minutes, that I think you guys and ladies could all do to repair this terrible breach, which is not anybody's imagination. The first thing is I would really, really strongly hope that each of you could follow Councilor Jacobellis in supporting the bond issue that's coming up in 2 weeks. This is a very, very, very important thing as the parent of a child who's injured in one of those bad situations, and I won't go into it any more than that. I know that there's going to be some institutional hard feelings about having control of those budgets taken away from this council, but especially because of that, I think people should look beyond it and do what they can and just come out and support it. Come out and support it. The second thing is that if there is going to be a commission to look at government form change, make it a good commission. Don't just stack it with the same old people, the same old insiders. Bring in some citizens, make it clear. That's another good step. And the third thing is just apologize. I got in trouble earlier this year. I apologized. It sucked. It was unhappy for me to apologize, but it was the right thing to do, and you all should do it, all of you, even my favorites, for making this mess. That's all. Have a nice night. Oh, the last thing I'll say with my time, Councilor Cummings, I've been in the same boat. I feel your pain, literally. Get well, and I really mean that. Okay?
Excuse me, I have to violate my own, what I requested of the council. I've known Brian Scantlebury since I was born, literally. I was in my crib when he saw me. And the characterizations of his involvement in this are not accurate. That's what I'm going to say. I think it's very important for me to do that, not only as a council person, but as a friend and someone who's respected you and known you. And I say that to you all because there have been several times where people have come up here and what you're saying is based on things that you saw in the paper. And I think it's unfortunate that that has occurred to him because it was not, his role in that matter was not what you all are led to believe. And I feel like I had to say that because of our relationship, which goes further than anyone in this room right now.
Good evening. My name is Luella Dudley. I'm the chairperson of the Montclair Aging Advocacy Coalition. I live at 10 Crestmont Road. I initially came here this evening to express my gratitude to you in developing and submitting an ordinance to allow the development of ADUs in Montclair. However, I understand the additional work had to be done before the final vote can be taken. We are anticipating a favorable result of the vote so that at long last ADUs can become a reality. Hopefully, the township grant writer, along with assistance from community-based organizations, can identify grants that can be written to assist those senior citizens that can't afford to pay for the needed renovations. However, there are other additional pressing issues that must be discussed regarding the alleged actions of our current township manager. The reputation of Montclair hinges on the outcome of this investigation. There are a number of indiscretion by the township manager that has been identified over the last few months, such as not filling empty positions in a timely manner. Case in point, Director of Senior Services, Director of Department of Health, Director of Environment Control, to name a few. It is imperative that the council weigh every effort to ensure good governance of Montclair in this first priority, that staff hired feel the same way. I hope Ms. Reyes has not resigned. She has certainly exempted qualities of conscientious dedication, employees who allegedly withstood a great deal of harassment from her supervisor. To me, she exemplified the kind of employees that try to do what's best for Montclair. Perhaps now is the time to investigate whether another form of governance is better suited for Montclair. Giving a township manager so much control can in the long run affect the quality of services rendered into the town. Thank you for your time.
It's not a lot, just my notes. Good evening. My name is Will Atkins. I'm the former president of the Montclair Public Library, and I'm also a member of the Library Board of Trustees. And it's been interesting listening to what's gone on here tonight because of what the library went through under this council and under this finance committee. But I'm not going to go into that, but I'm going to ask 3 questions. And I think these are questions for you all to be aware of, as well as my fellow citizens here in Montclair. First question: how was the $31,500 that was spent on the forensic accountants that audited the Montclair Public Library authorized? That's one. Don't need an answer. That's one. We're discussing bonding. There were 8 years under Mayor Jackson. The library was always able to get money for its capital from what the Board of Education didn't spend. We're getting ready to bond the Board of Ed. I would just ask that there be some consideration that included in that bonding, don't increase it, is allow for the library's infrastructure needs as well. That's 2. And then finally, number 3, Mayor Jackson was supported by Mr. Stafford as an interim township manager for 8 years. Did anyone on the council, when you took over, ask the mayor, how do you deal with the township manager, or what the township manager, how you work with him, knowing that he's got all the control? Because I will tell you, as someone who was submitted to the campaign that the library went through, he doesn't deserve a job here in Montclair.
Good evening, Council. My name's Frank Delgadio. I'm the municipal liaison to Montclair from Essex County. I always wait to the end of public session, so I'm going to lighten things up a little bit. Just wanted to talk about some county events that are coming up. I know everybody got, your robocalls from the county executive, but that's the first subject I'd like to talk about. Our countywide vaccine sites will be closing on October 29th. We've been at this since December 26th of 2020. So right now we have a site at the Vacant Sears in Livingston Mall. We're still administering 700 vaccines a day, 3 days a week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Doesn't mean we're going to end the vaccines. We have mobile units and we're going to have mobile sites throughout the county, which will be distributed shortly what that schedule will be with the winter coming. Well over almost 700,000 vaccines were administered in that time frame. Not to mention about 500,000 COVID-19 tests that were done. So all the credit in the world for the county executive. He was out in front with this, nonstop, working 24/7, every day. So coming up now, we have Halloween coming up. So a festive event at the Turtleback Zoo, a safe event. There'll be candy distributed at the zoo if anyone wants to bring their kids to trick or treat around the zoo. That's welcome. Then of course there's the famous dog costume parade at Brookdale Park, 9:30 this Saturday morning. Start your mutt. And please do not forget the naming of the Glenfield Park baseball field after the late Terry Deming. That will be done this Friday, 10 a.m. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no one else, I will close public comment. Thank you. Next, move through. We have a number of ordinances. I'll move as well. First, we have pending ordinance for second reading, which is Ordinance O-22-23, which is an ordinance to amend Section 347 zoning of the zoning code of Township of Montclair for the impervious coverage ratios. Going to open it to public hearing without objection. Is there anyone from the public which to speak to this motion, to speak to this ordinance? Seeing none, without objection, I'm going to close that. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Comment, Mayor.
Please.
I think Ms. Talley, the township planner, is in the audience. I know that the planning board reviewed this and had a series of concerns that they have raised for the council to consider. So I would just make a motion to table this so that we can bring it back to the Economic Development Committee to consider those comments and possible changes.
Without objection. Seeing no objection, we'll table that. Second is Ordinance O-22-24, which is an ordinance adopting amendment to the Montclair Center Gateway Phase 1 redevelopment plan. Without objection, I'm going to open the hearing. Seeing
Mayor,
none.
I requested that we table this until our next meeting.
This is
Oh, this is Gateway, I'm
this is yeah. Anyone? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the So what did you, I didn't hear what he said. So
This is
I didn't hear what he said. Did he say?
He was asking about what this is about. This is so that we permit a veterinarian on the first level.
It's not a change. You mean the ordinance? There's no change to it. This is the second reading. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, now I understand. Thank you. All right. Anyone wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I'm going to close the comment on that. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk. I so moved. Was there a second?
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-22-27, which is zoning change for accessory dwelling units for 1, 2, and 3 family units. I so move.
Second.
Well,
It's moved and seconded. This is the hearing. Do you want to make modifications on this?
I do, yeah, so may I please, maybe just clarify the procedure, because we have some changes to be made, so I don't know if we don't move that one, because we need to move some changes.
If you'd like to move the changes noted that you brought to us and that you have in the
Okay.
document, that would be, I believe, substantive. We would move it and
Right.
reintroduce it
So
this
we will
time.
be reintroducing a new version, which
So what are we doing procedurally? Am I
So
speaking at this point? Am I,
if you'd like, instead, you will amend it. It will be considered substantive changes, and it will be the first reading. First, it will be introduction.
may I speak to it at this time?
Please, and note the modifications, and yes.
That's my pleasure. Thank you. All right, happy to be talking about our accessory dwelling unit ordinance that, again, a very capable work group, and I'll acknowledge them all by the end, helped develop this, and with suggestions from members of this dais and others, we have made some modifications that I'll just run through very quickly for the benefit of the community here and those listening. For one, the People with Disabilities Advisory Committee had asked us to offer some language that reflected the application to that community, which we gladly did. So you'll see those changes in terms of the whereases. For example, it says, whereas people with disabilities face considerable challenges when finding adaptive housing and risk having to live away from family and trusted support networks in order to find appropriate living environments. So that was added, as well as another amendment to that effect. The other changes are that we clarified that it says presently, or it has said till now, either the ADU or the primary dwelling unit shall be the primary domicile of the persons or entity who own that property. So again, you might live in the primary or the accessory dwelling. We added language to clarify because of the multifamily options that are available. So we said, in the case of a multifamily structure, the primary domicile of the owner must be one of the dwelling units or the ADU. So that's a clarification. Instead of using this piece of legislation to reflect a definition of short-term rentals, we simply took that language out and said a minimum rental term of 6 months is required in ADUs. And just to clarify, that is for the purpose of some continuity of bringing somebody into a community, into a neighborhood, that they would be known at least for a 6-month window for the resident and for the neighbors nearby. And lastly, we had been requested to consider if there's an appropriate application of the rent control ordinance as it would affect this ordinance. And the language is that a 3-family dwelling with an ADU, so one that builds an ADU, whether it be detached or attached, shall be deemed a 4-family dwelling subject to rent control under the Montclair Rent Control Ordinance. And that we deem to be consistent with the intent in terms of those who are exempted and those who are captured under the rent control. And those are the changes that were made. So I happily move this on first reading tonight, if there's a second.
I will second. So it's been moved and seconded for introduction at this point,
Mayor, are these the amendments?
with,
Yeah.
as amended. It's
Okay.
moved, the ordinance is moved and seconded as amended and substantive, so
Thank you.
introduction.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-22-28, which is an ordinance amending Montclair Code 249, abandoned property. I'm going to open the hearing without objection. Anyone? Abandoned property? Mhm.
Hi, my name is Carmel Lockman. I had sent you all an email today about this very subject. I took a look at the ordinance, and my problem with it is it does not give a time frame for when abandoned properties or vacated properties need to be repaired or rebuilt or demolished. So you could have, as I do in my own neighborhood, I'm looking at a building that had a fire in it 2 3/4 years ago that is boarded up. Yeah, the lawn is mowed, but it looks really derelict. And for 2 3/4 years, the neighbors don't know what's going on. And as far as I know, there's no sense of it, anything happening with it. I don't know if a bank owns it. Maybe the neighbors would get together and buy it if we knew that a bank owned it. But there needs to be a time frame within this ordinance so that properties are not left boarded up for years. It'll be 3 years in February that we've been looking at this. So I'm making that recommendation to you guys to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. Mr. Vito, I know Mr. Vito, I know you've had a number of workings around abandoned properties or derelict properties that need upkeep. Specific to the question of time frame and what can be done, are there any restrictions we know about when residents bring forward claims? And some of the things are safety and other pieces that can be addressed. Some things aesthetically cannot. I know you've delved into this before. can you speak to, can there be a timing piece on a property that's boarded up, minus the lawn care and other pieces that we've instituted for a number of years now to make sure the property itself is upkept? The condition of it, in that instance, what options are available to the township, or what things are not or restricted that we could do?
Well, Mr. Mayor, certainly I could look into that. I could look into that and report back.
Okay.
So yes, I'll make a note to do that.
It's not the only property. I'm sure you know there's like the Swedish church on Glenridge Avenue has been falling apart for years. And I just feel like as a town, we need to make sure that these properties are taken care of and sold or demolished, just not sit there endlessly, which seems to be what happens. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mayor, can I speak
we're-
to,
Yes,
speak to that? I
Mr.
understand
Scanlon.
the church on Glenridge Avenue is under contract with someone.
Yeah.
And I believe the home with the fire you mentioned is pretty much an outlier. But I think in the original ordinance for vacant properties, there is a corresponding time frame in which the owner, identified owner, has to make remedial actions on that.
Just reading the ordinance, yes, they have to make action so that the building is kept safe and not subject to fire or vandalism, whatever, but they don't have to take action to repair it or restore it or demolish it by a certain time frame. And that's what I'm looking to see happen in town. We should not have derelict eyesore buildings within our neighborhood for, endless time.
Yeah,
There should be some time frame.
I can't disagree
And that's
with
not
that.
that's not in the current ordinance that you guys are looking at, as far as I can tell.
Okay.
Let's-
I would agree with Ms. Lockman, and if you recall, Mayor, just this past Tuesday on Orange Road, when we were there, we specifically looked at this garage.
We did,
That's
yeah.
been sitting there. You were there, Mr. Erluck.
Yeah, we
This
did.
garage that's been sitting there, and the three of us talked and said, it's a fire hazard. Besides being an eyesore, it's a fire hazard. It promotes rodents. We have a
Absolutely.
rat problem in town.
Yep.
So I would agree with you, and I think we need to.
Yeah, I hope that
to-
you can, yes.
to tighten this up.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank
We
you.
were looking at through that lens of condemning in that instance and others. So again, right, that line. But let's see what the attorney comes back with also. I don't think
Okay.
anyone feels the urgency of we can table this, I'm sure, without objection. We'll talk about this in a minute. But let's find that out, what tools are at our disposal and what aren't.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Price Abrams.
I guess to the point, thank you, Mayor, to the point you just made, I was going to move to table this so that we can investigate. So is that second the motion? anybody?
Without objection.
And I would agree as well with my colleagues. Mr. Burr and I met this afternoon about some more issues that I had with it, so it makes sense to go ahead and table it, Mr. Mayor.
So excellent. Without objection, we'll table.
Thank you.
Thank you all there. Thank you. Moving to new business, Ordinance O-22-29. We're going to leave that one for now. We don't have to table. We haven't moved it yet, so we won't address that one this evening. We'll move from there. Before moving to the consent agenda, I will specifically move another resolution, one that I have called for and specifically mentioned, including print name, which is something that was in the works for quite a number of weeks, which is a review of township government operations to promote better execution of township ordinances, more efficient and effective management of the township department and divisions and functions, expeditious administration of public business, and resolution of resident concerns. This review will evaluate township's organizational structure, reporting relationships, supervisory management control in order to maximize productivity and greater efficiencies. Also be an opportunity to bring the job descriptions up to date, clarifying and confirm essential functions of each job. And finally, this review will examine the employee handbook in order to confirm it provides a clear and concise explanation of the township policies and procedure and is current with state and federal requirements. We look forward to the results, certainly, of that review. I also will add, while that was something that I had proposed quite some time ago, I will add that we engage with Culture Up, which is a HR firm that looks at climate and culture. I think certainly that's an important addition at this time. So they look at all reporting structures and safeguards to make sure that can be done in a way that allows anyone to be able to come forward with any climate and culture issues as well. So I would also add that piece, and I so move.
I think it speaks for itself that nobody's seconding that. So I would say that I think we need the text of the resolution that you're proposing so that we can all have some time to sit with it and actually read it before you ask us to vote on it.
Well, certainly, again, something that I've specifically called for, shared with every single colleague here.
Sure.
Every single colleague here, I've
You
shared
need to
this
give us
with
the
as well.
language. We need
Every
to
si-
see the resolution you're asking us to vote on.
And printed, so.
Zero trust.
Okay, well, we can go back and forth on that one. But that's the motion that I moved. But yes, we'll see.
Where is that? I don't see it. I'm just asking, where is it?
It's a motion that I just moved now, given everything that we're facing. However, I can certainly provide the language.
Oh, so that's not here?
Yeah.
It isn't here. Okay.
Yep, I just read it. Right, I just read that. Okay. So, I think it speaks for itself.
Mayor,
Yes.
may we retire to the executive session for what we need to deal with? Copies can be made for everyone.
Sure.
And then we could pick it up when we return to open session. Would that be acceptable?
Sure, it's acceptable to me. Again, something I've shared, I know, with you and everyone.
Yes.
But yeah, happy to do that.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Next, we will move into executives. Well, let's do this one too.
didn't do the
We have
bill-
consent
the bills.
agenda. Let's do items 1 through 5. 1, 2 is already taken place without objection. Is there objection? Hearing none. Madam Clerk,
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear a second.
is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Abstain.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
Thank you.
Resolution R-22-217.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair favor of the following persons for the amount set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair, the County of Essex, that said invoices they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the computer printout attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated October 25th, year of 2022, for $11,370,830.75, and I so move.
Second.
Questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Resolution R-22-218, which is a resolution authorizing executive session by the public being permitted to attend in accordance with NJSA 10:4-12B. Subject is litigation and personnel, and I so move.
Before we do that, can I just say something about,
Please.
I must, at this time, I would like to acknowledge the passing of, the sadness of the passing of a wonderful, true Montclarian gentleman who passed away last week, Mr. John Joyce.
Good job, Liz.
Mr. Joyce was a lifelong resident of Montclair. He graduated Montclair High School in 1977. He played football from a Cobra all through Montclair High School, all through Colgate University. But more notably, John and his wife, Stacy Joyce, ran for many, many years the Montclair Alumni Association, where they rallied Montclair High School alumni, worked with great effort to give out scholarships to deserving Montclair High School graduates as they went off to college. Mr. Joyce also continually coached and mentored young people at Montclair High School without any pay, without anything but true volunteerism. He had 4 children that went through our Montclair public schools. I send my sincere condolences to Stacy and the many family members and friends that still live in this town. Thank you.
Hey, Robin, thank you so much for doing that. John coached me my senior year in high school. He was, his work on the Montclair Scholarship Fund, his actions as a resident, and I'm so glad you brought that up because I heard about it on Thursday, and I meant to say something. that is a big loss.
It
And
is.
so I appreciate that you acknowledge that.
John was a good man, and for those football fans out there and remember the USFL, John Joyce was a starter, number 47 for the New Jersey Generals. Okay? Another Mountie playing pro ball. That's a big loss. Good man.
All right, vote on executive session. All,
Before that, also, with appreciation that Robin also shared from the heart, I also wanted to acknowledge the passing of someone. It happened before the last council meeting, but we didn't have the opportunity at the end to make any comments, and that is about Judy Rich. And I don't know that she was a lifelong Montclarian, but she's been here for many years, raised children and a family, has been a stalwart of the community in so many ways. Served on the Board of Education at a period, and was a booster in many other capacities. I knew her through my association at Temple near Tamid for many years. She's survived by children, including someone who became, and serves as a legislative staffer in Congress to Congressman Pasquarello, in fact. But really just that she was another person. She was literally the first person who took the time to handwrite notes and to communicate her thoughts, her smart and reasoned opinions on things, and she was someone who was a guide as I began this term of office, and with appreciation. And I don't know, Bob, if you wanted to comment. I know you
Yeah, I'd just like to
knew her
tell
well.
everybody, Judy Rich is the wife of my college classmate from 1964, Bob Rich. He's still an attorney here in Montclair. Bob Rich is a very tall guy, if you've ever met him, but he was my attorney all my life. His wife passed just before I was going to hire him to protect me for the manager. At any rate, Bob Rich went to college with me, and all he did was talk about President Kennedy and how politics was his passion. And when I did run for office once and I was cheated out of an election for freeholder, Essex County freeholder, he took the case for free, fought it so that absentee ballots would not be fraudulently counted. Fraudulently counted. I'm not talking about things not being counted. I'm talking about fraudulent absentee ballots being counted on behalf of the Republican candidate. So I lost in 1978 when I was 31 years old. Bob Rich took the case. He was only a year older than me. He's still around town. I recommend him highly as an attorney. But his wife, Judy, was great. Her last message to me in my iPad was complaining about this town's government. And she was asking me to do something about the town's government and maybe change the government from a manager-dominated government to a council-dominated government. I'm saying the council should have a larger role, and that's what she thought, that she didn't really like the fact that a manager, unelected, could tell everybody what to do or tell people what they can't do, and that's what I've been through for 2.5 years with this. So Judy Rich is somebody I'm going to never forget because of her husband and her last message to me a few months ago about what is going on with this management situation. Thank you. Who said, oh my God? Don't like when I say something? Fine. I'm telling you the truth.
okay. So all those in favor of moving into executive session, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
Okay.
no, I want it recorded.
Okay, the answer is no. All right. We're in executive session. Thank you very much to everybody for coming, and we will be moving into executive session at this time. Yeah, you went. is that other one? For me. Yeah, live? Okay, thank you. No, second. Oh, yeah. Yep, sure. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. All right, thank you very much, everybody. As we noted before we went into, earlier in the meeting, we have a motion that we laid laid on the table, which is an amendment, actually, right? So at this point, not debatable, but we've got an amendment that was laid on the table. Okay.
Clean
Other copies?
What is this, new, clean?
Okay. More copies. I guess technically, okay. Any more? Thank you. Everyone's got it?
Got yours? I got mine.
I think we got one. Okay. All right. I think we've got enough here. All right. So as I said, we've got a motion which has been laid on the table. I'm going to pick it back up, as it were, under Robert's rules. Without debate, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll on the amendment?
Counselor Cummings?
No.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams?
No.
Counselor Russo?
Pass.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis?
Oh. I'm sorry.
You're not saying it's a late hour, are you?
I know, I'm so sorry.
It is tomorrow.
I go back. Can I go back? Thank you. No.
Thank you, Counselor Schlager.
I was reading. Okay.
Counselor Yacovelis?
No.
Okay, next we're.
And I'll
okay,
vote- I'll vote
I'm
oh,
sorry.
wait, hold on.
I passed.
I understand. Councilman's recusing himself right now, so we're waiting. Are you, is it,
You're coming back to, you're voting still?
I passed, and now I'm going to vote.
oh, pass?
I
Okay.
passed.
Excuse me, Mayor Spiller, I didn't finish calling the roll, and then I'll go back to Counselor Russo, if I may.
No.
Thank you. Counselor Russo?
No.
Thank you. Defeated.
Mayor, for the next action, I'm going to recuse myself and step out of the chamber, but please do call me back for the one that follows that.
Absolutely, Councilman. Thank you. Next, we'll give it a second. Okay, we are back to the, Councilman, we're back to the main motion. And as someone's moved the main motion, I am going to make an amendment to that motion, and the amendment would be amendment by substitution. And that is that the resolution to authorize the temporary paid administrative leave for the township manager, Tim Stafford, pending the conclusion of the independent employment practices investigation of certain allegations raised in recent press reports, is the one that I'm moving as the amendment by substitution. I so move.
Second.
Second? Oop.
It's been moved and seconded. All of us have been in receipt of this language and see it here, and specifically, as was advised on council before, we'll move it to a vote. So, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, before
Yep,
there's a vote,
please.
just point of clarification, I just want to make sure, I've got a couple drafts in front of me now,
Me-
as does
me-
Councilwoman Schlager.
me too.
Can you
That's-
just,
yes.
Sure.
if Mr. Burr could confirm for us?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's why,
Mr.
okay,
This is the red line version.
Yeah, that's the red line dress, this is the clean copy.
okay.
Okay,
Yep,
perfect.
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. You've got the clean copy, correct? Without the strike-throughs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. This is, and again, I won't go through all of it, but again, it goes through the different pieces, whereas the Township of Montclair became defendant of the parties for litigation, whereas the plaintiff alleges certain discriminatory retaliatory practices, whereas in an article published in the newspaper, it was noted that this isn't the first time that we've heard this, some individuals heard this from current and former employees, whereas the litigation reported that there are other stories of abuse and retaliation, whereas the township attorney is authorizing independent employment practices investigation, whereas in order to conduct thorough and fair investigation of the council has determined that authorization is necessary to place the town manager on immediate temporary paid administrative leave without the loss of salary and benefits, pending the conclusion of the independent employment practices investigation, whereas the council under the Faulkner Act has the inherent authority here, whereas the council finds it in the best interest for the residents and township manager Stafford be immediately placed on temporary administrative paid leave. Now therefore be it resolved, and again it moves forward with taking the action of placing the manager on temporary paid administrative leave. Be it further resolved that the council in the County of Essex place the manager on temporary administrative leave pending the conclusion of the investigation. So that's the one that we have and we all have in front of us, and it's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
No.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacovelis, absent. Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Attorney's.
He recused.
Mayor.
Mr. Burr, would you get Councilman Yacovelis for the next one? Mhm.
And just to say for the benefit of the public that it's then understood that the deputy manager steps into that role, right? It's not, we don't have to actually authorize that, but that's by virtue of the manager being on.
The attorneys can speak to it, but I believe that's the law.
Yes,
So just
that's
for the
law.
benefit of the public. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next, we're moving, I so move a resolution to hereby direct the acting manager to undertake a comprehensive review of the township government operations to promote the better execution of township ordinances, the more efficient and effective management of the township departments and divisions and functions, and the expeditious administration of the public business and resolution of resident concerns. This review will evaluate the township's organizational structure, reporting relationships, supervisory and management control in order to maximize productivity and greater efficiencies. It'll also be an opportunity to bring all the job descriptions up to date and to clarify and confirm the essential functions of each job. Finally, this review will examine the employee handbook in order to confirm it provides clear and concise explanation of the township policies and procedures and is current with state and federal requirements. Look forward to the results of the acting manager's review and the opportunity to improve the township's operations and its ability to offer services to residents. And I further add that we will engage with an entity to be reviewed and determined to conduct a climate and culture survey to make sure that we are engaging in a positive climate and safe reporting practices that are easily understood and available to all. And I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments? And I'll start with, again, I think one of the key pieces is these pieces have been brought to our attention is the need for action around it. And this is along those lines to make sure we're moving in that regard. Thank you.
Just one quick comment.
Councilman Yacovelis.
I just want to make sure that we reserve the right to approve who the vendor is going to be for this project and can be, I think it would be important for us to be stakeholders in the process. And it could just be as simple as being interviewed about our thoughts on some of these policy areas.
I think that's absolutely important and appreciate
Yeah.
that, yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Madam
I'd
Clerk.
just like to say something. You know, we're going to be like watching ourselves and improving ourselves. That's good. That's good, but we're going to spend money to do something that we shouldn't have to do and that the manager should have been doing all along. And I know the deputy manager. I've known him for 30 years. We served on the council together. He's a wonderful person. 5 generations family in Montclair. But still, who really is going to tell us what's wrong? That's why I suggest a study be initiated of the form of government that we have, that we do the same study we did 40 years ago under Bobby Riley, a councilwoman here. She came up with this system of government. It seemed like a real improvement at the time. Council manager. But the council has really no voice. And now the mayor has less voice. The manager has enormous voice and power under this system. So we may actually change managers, but we didn't change the system, the basic problem of too much power in the hands of one unelected official. That is a very important point I keep trying to make, because I teach this at Montclair State, at Rutgers, all the universities I've taught at. I teach municipal government and how different systems, strong mayor, weak mayor, council, manager, commission, can work and not work. I don't think this one works well anymore. That's my point. I'm going to vote for this, but I have a problem with just stopping there. We need to actually have a study commission to look at different forms of government and have the public, by referendum, vote to change to something like, let's say we had staggered terms. Councilwoman Jessica DeConnick, who most of you know, and I proposed that 25 years ago when she was second ward councilwoman and I was first ward council. Staggered terms, you know what that means? The ward council people would run separately, independently of the rest of us. Mayor and at-large would run at large once, and then another year the council would run in the wards. It's much better. It's good that we have nonpartisan, so no political party machine can tell us what to do. But we need to have staggered terms so that people can be teaching the new people who come in. We've had turnover of governments continually in Montclair. We never reelected one mayor until Mayor Jackson was reelected. But I've seen this for 30 years when I was first elected in 1992, and then I left for 8 years and I came back. Nobody's had more experience than me, folks. And that's why I want more respect for what I say. And I don't think I get that. And I'm telling you, looking at the form of government is critical beyond just looking at the operations we have now. So I'm still suggesting that we look at that as well as make a change in leadership. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have to just respond to that because the change into this form of government was done for a reason.
Mr. Cummings, can I ask you to
Yes.
comment on that right after the vote? Because it's
Sure.
germane to the motion technically
Yes.
under Robert's
But I
rules.
mean,
It
I
should
just
be a debater.
immediately
I understand
appreciate
it
it. All right.
went off a little bit there, but Madam Clerk, and then I'll come right back to you, Councilman Cummings. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes?
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you. Councilman Cummings? Sorry.
Yeah, I understand where Councilor Russo's coming from. I understand where Councilor Russo's frustration may be coming from, and I think it's also important that people understand that the reason that we went to this form of government was because of the makeup of the township and the makeup of the government that we had, the body. And this form of government really gives equal representation to the wards, and I think that's very important. We didn't have that before. I think what we've done here is our actions, as I said earlier, have made something like this very, public conversation to have. But what I will say is, as a concern of mine, is similar to the vote to change the Board of Education. We had roughly, I believe, 6,000 people voted for that change. And of that 6,000, 2,200 were from Ward 1, District 1. So you had 2,200 people from one ward and one district determine the change of government, the change of the school system. And you have something similar like that for the form of government that's not representative of the people. So I think we need to be very careful when we say we need to do things and we want to study these things, but look at what history has shown us recently. And when you mention someone like Bobby Riley, I think, before you say what Bobby Riley brought, I think we should see what does Bobby Riley think now. Because right now, I'm sure Miss Riley, God bless her, and what she did and Audrey Fletcher's done are the people that I stand on their shoulders, and Bob, you know them. And I think it's very important that, when we look from a historical standpoint, there's a reason this form of government was established, there was a reason this form of government has worked, and there's a reason this form of government at the time, right now, appears not to be working. And that's not because of the people, that's because of us. So we need to own what we have failed to do. And the thought of changing a form of government to me scares me based on what happened with the Board of Education vote, and knowing that if people work together and do what we do, this form of government represents the township well. So I'm going to speak to that later, but thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Sir, Councilman Yakubels?
Just one quick comment on the vote tally, Councilor Cummings. The clerk puts all of the vote by mail and early vote tally into into Ward 1, District 1. That's where they take all the early votes and all the mail votes that come in first, and they dump them into that line in the tracker. That's why that appears disproportionately large. So even if Ward 1 does, and we know Ward 1 votes disproportionately higher than the other wards, all the vote by mails for the entire town and the early vote are in Ward 1-1. Or Ward 1, District 1.
My further point was that the majority came from one ward and not every ward. And the numbers showed that, we have to do a better job if we're going to look at things this serious so that people understand the importance of voting. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman, and certainly, given the hour, unless there's some pressing comments that people want to make, I will say this. I think tonight is yet another example of a pretty lively discussion and debate, and certainly differing opinions. I think as multiple of my council colleagues have noted, look, this and what I said earlier in the meeting, it is at times when issues are most stressful, when it is most important for us to act in appropriate conduct and understand that differences and disagreements do not have to be disrespectful and can be done within the proper parameters of civil discourse and good government, no matter how passionate the issues are, and certainly how much we are all affected or angered as tonight. And I understand that emotions are a huge piece of it. It's why we're all sit here, because emotionally we're connected to this town, and I don't question that for any of my colleagues who sit here, that I know that each and every person who sits up here is looking out in their way what they feel is for the best for this town. And certainly we always have to continue to look inward and check ourselves to say, how can we even improve on what we do to help better serve the town? So I want to thank my colleagues, as always, for actions and movement and continuing to address issues as they arise and to try and best put the township in a position going forward to best serve residents. So I thank each and every one of you, and thank you for the participation tonight. With that, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Well, no, I'd like to say something. The reason I didn't vote for this, I voted no, is not that I don't think this is a good step. It's that I had a different step, and I suggested the use of the Faulkner Act, the very same Faulkner Act that we created under, that we operate under, that the manager always told me I'm violating. So I wanted to use the Faulkner Act. There's a number you can find, okay? And there's 20 lines of how you appoint, remove, and, deal with a manager. It's this is the main thing we do. People always say to me, we can't get something done. Why don't you change the manager? Or why don't you change the government? Why don't you do something? You do hire and fire. You have that power. That's what people always say to me. For 22 years, they've said that to me. I was reprimanded once 20 years ago when I was mayor, just for talking to the police chief as a discussion. Now, I see police are here tonight. I don't know who called the police. There's no need for police to be here. I'm just going to say that I hope people do vote in a couple of weeks, because we need to have our Congresswoman, Mikey Sherrill, reelected. We need to help other people get elected all over this country. I just sent $200 to Tim Ryan. I think the Republican Party has deteriorated to the point where it's a Trump party. It's a disgrace what they're doing to this country. This is not a partisan government, but I am a partisan person. If we don't stand up now, in 2 weeks from tonight, this country is going to go down the drain. If the Republican Party takes control of the U.S. Senate and the Congress, and then Mr. Trump tries to come back. It's a disgrace what happened on January 6th, and I remember that I was attacked by people for even bringing that up. But I'm telling you again, make sure you get out and vote, because Montclair is a leadership town. Montclair is a town, progressive leadership. But we cannot let this country and let our own Congresswoman be hurt. She's leading the fight in Washington against the Trump people. What's happening
Can I
over
make a
here? I
comment?
can't finish speaking?
Well, there's a motion on the floor, by the way, but.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor. I just wanted to get that off my chest, okay? Thank you.
I just want to acknowledge your comments, Mayor. Thank you. I think, and Councilor Cummings earlier, before we went up to executive session, yours as well. I just want to acknowledge for everybody, my takeaway is that I think we broke tonight, and I think we needed to break. And my hope is that from that breakage that we can go on a healing journey. It's certainly a reset moment for me because I don't think it gets any worse than this. And many of us said this is not what we signed up for. So I do think while we were all independently elected by different wards or different constituencies and are meant to debate and are meant to disagree, we do have to figure out a way to do it without being disagreeable. So I'm going to commit to trying harder to do that and to trying to be less autonomous. And I hope that we can all have a fresh start because I really think we broke tonight and it was pretty bad for me.
I think I could be
If
pretty
you do
confident to
that,
speak
I
that
will
you've
be
got
the
partners.
happiest person in Montclair.
I think you've got partners in that, Councilman Yakubels, and appreciate you noting that. And certainly, I think we all look inward to see how we can continue on that journey you talk about. So appreciate
And
that.
I'd like to thank my
you.
wife, Christine, for being the back to protect me.
Okay. All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Have a great night, all. Thank you.